Okay, I'm just gonna do something a little more fun today, and just testing it out here. Okay, so we're gonna spin the wheel. Whichever one it lands on, I'm going to go ahead and sculpt. It's just a sculpt, so no retops. I'm just gonna do a sculpt, maybe give it a pose or something like that. Yeah. Let's get rolling. I'm meowing. Reference first. Okay. Hey Chromebook, can you please give a wheelchair tutorial? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by wheelchair tutorial. What do you mean by wheelchair tutorial? Like how to sculpt the wheelchair? Yeah, I guess I could probably do something like that. Maybe like hard surface modeling or something. Probably do something like this. Do you have a project that involves making a wheelchair or something? Felix, how's it going, brother? I am sculpting Pokemon for fun today. I had a little random wheel that I spin now for today, and I rolled Meowth. So we are sculpting some first generation Pokemon. What are you up to today? How you been, man? Minecraft? No, I never really got into Minecraft. But I like building games. Just the game's going well. We're still plugging away at it. We got some combat stuff going. I'll be posting some stuff soon. But I think I'm gonna be doing it through an official channel. As well as through my Discord. But yeah, I'll be posting some updates on that soon. But it is coming along. But I have been focusing more this past couple of weeks on my just updating my demo reel for work. So With the Meowth? No, I can't add it to my game as an Easter egg, unfortunately, because it's a Nintendo property. They will sue me if I put Meowth in a video game. I think, from what I understand, they'll let me sculpt it so long as I'm not doing anything inappropriate with it. Right? Like they won't come after me for doing anything silly, unless I do something inappropriate. Yeah, Nintendo will definitely sue me. Okay, I'm gonna sculpt it in pose first. Hey, Samantha. I am working on some Pokemon today. Just doing just something for fun today. Nothing serious. Nothing work related again. I think I screwed up this initial sculpt here. Oh, we'll fix that. Yes, I didn't feel like doing any work today. I just wanted to have some fun today, so I figured why not have some fun on stream with the Pokemon sculpts with some Pokemon. My younger brother was such a huge fan of this show when it came out in the 90s. Yeah, I'm just gonna redo this whole. Yes, it's not the only thing that I'm doing though, Samantha. So what I've done is I created a thing called the Wheel of Pokemon. So every single time, so I'm hoping to get through one of these sculpts every single day. So I'm not gonna do this thing every single day, but every single time we do one, I'm gonna remove Meowth. But every single time we do it, I'm gonna hit. Every time I do a new sculpt, basically, we're gonna pick one by random by hitting the Wheel of Pokemon. So I'm trying to make something in Blender that I don't even know if people will want to buy. Yeah, no, I was never a huge fan of Pokemon. I love the designs. I love the characters of the show. I was never a huge fan of the show. My brother was, though. And they're really, really simple characters that you can kind of sculpt really, really quickly. So I figure I'll just do these quickly. And just for fun, right? Good practice just to kind of do some shape studies and shape language and stuff like that. So simplification. trying to make a Cyberpunk 2077 V character in Blender. Like, are you doing it from scratch, or do you have a template you're working with? I wrap the face shapes into a rigged mesh. You mean like what do you mean by wrap the face shapes? Did you like a shrink wrap onto the... You mean like, do you mean, I'm not quite sure what you mean by wrapped the face shapes into the rigged mesh. Like, you can animate the face shapes with that you've like using the shape keys? Oh, that's pretty cool. Sounds like it should save you some time in terms of like having to re-rig and do stuff like that. It's kind of like a quicker way to transfer models to a rigged characters. Yeah. What that shape is like. I figure people would want to have their FMV in Blender, but I asked them and said that a lot of people want to use Blender. But a lot of people want to use Blender, and those those that do and want their V in Blender already have that. Yeah, I mean, the reality is, I mean, unless you're doing like specific modifiers or building something very specific in Blender, geometry can be just exported anywhere, so it can be used in any software now. You know, like it's becoming more, and it's become much more universal. Back in the day, like in the early 2000s, if you started doing CG in the early 2000s, you would be doing and you worked in, let's say, Maya, you would have to kind of stay in Maya. There were ways that there was the old school OBJ exports, but I don't know what the reliability on those was in terms of like software to software, because eventually FBX and now USD is going to become the industry standard. Yeah, I mean, when it's just models, it's pretty easy these days just to get the model into whatever software you want to use. It's all the other stuff that you need to think about once you get the model in, right? So it's almost like geometry is kind of like the baseline for most software these days. And then it's what we want to do with that geometry that becomes like a very software specific thing. Oh, maybe it's my... Let me check my volume. Okay, how's that? Yeah, sorry. I was just saying these days it's just geometry now, right? So most software handles geometry the same way. It's just what we want to do with that geometry after we bring it in. But 2 decades ago, it was a thing. Like if you wanted to do something, if you wanted geometry and you're like, for example, it was a lot harder. OBJ exports worked, but they weren't as reliable as FBX. But nowadays, USD is going to be the way that we transfer and work in a universal kind of format now. Okay, let's work on that here. I don't think it's gonna work. Just have to fully sculpt this by hand. Well, I mean, you could. I guess you could always make it for the practice. I don't know. Silver linings. Hey, Meg, how's it going? I have used ZBrush way back a long time ago. I actually tried ZBrush. Um, Interfacing with it, I found it very foreign. Like it was difficult for me to kind of get into the interface. So it never really took for me. I feel Blender is it's a more natural interface. I don't like ZBrush makes me question why they decided to design that software that way, because it's like the rule of when you have every piece of Windows software kind of work in a specific way, and then you decide, I don't want to do it that way. Yeah, it's just I don't understand why they decided to design ZBrush the way they designed the interface in ZBrush. Like the last thing you want to do is add another hurdle for the user to have to surmount in order to learn your software. So not only is 3D software just inherently complicated when you first open it, doesn't matter what software you open, right? Whether it's Blender, whether it's Maya, whether it's 3ds Max, whether it's whatever software, it feels foreign, right? And the more you can standardize 3D, the understanding of 3D and 3D software, the better it is to learn it, the better easy it is to learn. And Maya kind of set a foundation of standard, and they just decided for whatever reason, Maxon or whatever, I can't remember the Redshift, I can't remember, ZBrush, whoever developed ZBrush, they decided they didn't want to use the conventional Windows layouts and conventional user interface, and that made it more difficult for me to learn it. It made it certainly more frustrating for me to learn it. Yeah, it's Maxon. Yeah, it's Maxon. The guys that make, I think they bought up Redshift and whatever. I just thought when they decided to make the software, they should have made it more accessible. I think if there was a plugin to change the user interface to match a more standardized Windows layout, I think they would get more users. They would have got more users right out of the gate. It's an awesome tool. I just, for whatever reason, I could not take to the layout of the software. I tried several times, and I had some success. But again, it was just because I feel like if that's my main tool, that's the only thing I'm ever gonna, and that's all I ever want to do with 3D. Yeah, sure, right? But I want to animate. I want to do all the other things too, and I think Blender just lends to a more natural environment to kind of, for lack of a better word, easier to blend all of those disciplines into a single piece of software. I think Blender is more fun to use and easier to use. So, yeah, I don't know. It might be just me, my own stubbornness, not being able to get past the way that ZBrush works. I don't think I was the only person who felt this way though when they jumped into ZBrush. It's like, why reinvent the wheel, right? Like, if every other piece of software is doing it this way, why did you decide to add a layer of confusion to the mix? I don't know. I even tried Mudbox back in the day when Autodesk first kind of came up with Mudbox. I just felt slow and unwieldy, and they didn't really put a whole lot of effort into refining the software. I think is it still around? I don't even know. Yeah, ZBrush is obviously the industry standard tool. There is no better sculpting software out there than ZBrush. It's just, unfortunately, I would have made a more concerted effort to learn it if I had purchased it, obviously, but the price tag on it was too much for me to want to invest as well. And I feel like Blender does a pretty good job. There's obviously some tools that would Blender would benefit from having from ZBrush. But then again, it's tough to say for me because I haven't used ZBrush a whole lot, so not really a good comparison from my perspective. Yeah, what I think people make the mistake of thinking is that somehow ZBrush will make you a better sculptor because you have access to those tools, and that is not the case at all. You're gonna find that sculpting is still kind of sculpting no matter what software you're using, and kind of understanding the fundamentals of sculpting will benefit you no matter which software you use. So I think personally, if you want to try sculpting, Blender is a really great way to test out and see how you feel about interacting in a digital environment with geometry. And then you can shift over to ZBrush afterwards, and I think it'll be an easier transition just because just kind of pushing and pulling things around and getting comfortable doing that kind of stuff, I think will help you learn ZBrush. And the benefit of Blender is that it's completely free, so. It's definitely faster. It's probably the reason is because whatever is going on under the engine is far more advanced than what's going on the engine inside Blender. That's for sure. I mean, Blender is getting better. It's still far from what ZBrush can do. But, I think I've seen some really impressive stuff get done in Blender. I've seen some obviously amazing things get done in ZBrush. I think really it's just how the artist ends up using the tool. Yeah, it's 2.5D. It's a weird hybrid of 3D and 2D. I don't know exactly what's going on under the hood, but you can handle a whole lot more polys inside ZBrush and sculpt insane amounts of detail. The way you would do it in Blender is very different than the way you would do it in ZBrush. You could just natively work with the polygons in ZBrush because it can just handle that kind of poly count. But I have 64 gigs of RAM, and once I hit about let's say about 10 million polys in a model, like the performance of my system the reduction is noticeable. So yeah, Yeah, I mean, ZBrush handles the memory much better because it's 2.5D. Um, Again, I can't speak exactly what's going on under the hood. I have some ideas of how they kind of get around this stuff, but yeah, if you want performance, you're definitely going to go inside ZBrush. Why is this being weird? Yep, that is why it is the industry standard. Of course, I know a lot of people that do that use Blender as their sculpting tool professionally. It's one of those things. Like again, I don't want people to think that you can't make high quality professional grade stuff with Blender. So you totally can. It's just again different techniques, different workflows, different approach, different workflows of thinking, right? So yes, Speedchar is one of the first guys that comes to mind is Speedchar. He actually abandoned ZBrush for Blender because he's right. A lot of it is the skill of the artist, right? So if you've got the skill for it, it doesn't really matter what piece of software you're going to use. There are some limitations naturally that are going to come with Blender just because it is, entirely free software. But he does all his work professionally in Blender. So, she's a very, very clear use case argument for can you use Blender as a professional tool, and you absolutely can. I mean, let's be honest, they've made movies with this software now. Yeah, there's a couple of movies they've done with Blender. I mean, the Blender studio, the movies they make are awesome. They're so much fun. The only reason they don't do full features is because they're obviously limited by budget. Full features take a lot of effort from several different disciplines to write, or to create, which includes writers and all sorts of other people who have to be good at their jobs too, not just Blender artists, right? So yeah, I think they actually announced that they've started production on a full feature, which is really, really cool. I want to see what they're going to be able to do. I'm reluctant to make the comparison immediately just because we're talking, you're now stepping into a market where we have studios like Sony, who are doing like, what's that crazy new animation property, K-pop Demon Hunters, and they have hundreds of millions of dollars to invest, whereas these guys are kind of just cobbling money together through private financiers and whoever they can, right? Whereas they can. So I'm reluctant to make a comparison in terms of like, oh, look how much are they. what I want to see is, does it disrupt the storytelling because you're using Blender, right? That's what I'm sort of judging the work on right now. I don't care if it looks as specifically looks as good. But then again, if they choose to be more, have a more artistic approach like their shorts, I think that could be a big selling point too. Using cycles to render more stylized artwork for movies, which is something they've been pushing in their shorts. Oh yeah, for sure. I heard a bunch of Japanese studios are adopting Blender into the. I think the other large reason that Blender isn't into mass adoption yet is just because there's a legacy of work that already belongs to Autodesk and Maya, and shifting that is very expensive, or it could potentially be very expensive and very disruptive. So there's that element too. Right? So, I think Blender will capture sort of its own market. I don't think we're necessarily going to see it take market share away from the people who already use Maya and Autodesk software. No, well, in the sense that what I mean is that, like, are they working purely within the technology of it, or are they stuck trying to figure out problems like cloth simulations and muscle simulations and all these? Because when you have hundreds of millions of dollars, you can find the right solution. Whereas if you're just making a movie entirely in Blender, with minimal tapping of other external pieces of software, then there are obvious technological limitations within Blender itself. And I'd like to see how that gets used for storytelling, in the sense like that movie about the cat, right? Like, because they had this stylistic kind of painted quality to this thing, it's suddenly kind of takes those hundreds of $1 million budgets out of the equation, right? Because you've stylized it in such a way that it is visually appealing. It looks really well done. Has a very high quality look to it, and it's cohesive throughout the whole movie, right? And the one thing when I watched, what's that movie with the robot? I can't remember it. It's the one they actually did this at Toy Box in Toronto. They made the movie. Why am I having trouble remembering? Anyways, there was a visual thing about it that made it feel of like lesser quality. You know what I'm saying? Because they're trying to do it the way that DreamWorks does it, or that Disney makes a movie and render their movie that way. I can't remember. God, what is the name of that movie? It was released on Netflix. I can't remember the name of the movie. It was around the time like Big Hero 6 came out and stuff. Yeah, but anyway, so I'm wondering how if they choose a more stylistic approach, then we can kind of negate the idea of, like I said, like they do their little shorts. If they're more stylized like that, but if they're trying to do that more Pixar rendered style, it invites the comparison, right? So then we start making comparisons as to, it doesn't look as good as a Pixar movie, or whatever studio is the leading studio at the time. And hopefully they choose a style and a technique of animation and the way they use the software that won't invite that comparison. Does that make sense? Certainly these days, yeah. You know, I think Pixar is not what it used to be. Certainly. Yeah, both Disney and Pixar are not the company, the studios that they used to be. Um, Maybe they'll have another renaissance like they did in the 80s and the 90s. Um, you know, with Glenn Keane, and I mean, Glenn Keane is directing and stuff now, so I don't know. They might have another heyday in their future. I don't think it's anytime soon. I think there's so much good content now that it's tough. They can't just rest on the formula that they used to have, where they're gonna get guaranteed sales on their shows anymore. Disney Plus proved this, and their approach to making movies has been heavily criticized in recent years. So, you know. Yeah, I don't know what their plans for AI is. Um, I feel like most studios that are going to bet heavy on AI in the early kind of days of generative movies and stuff like that, I think aren't gonna do well initially. I think there will be a point where it can we can transition to more AI stuff. I don't think it can happen yet. I've seen the stuff even the studio that I work for has done. I'm not convinced. I think it's cool, right? I'm not against it. I think it's cool. I just don't think it's there yet, and I think betting too much too early is going to cause an issue. But I don't know where they are, right? We have a limited budget on our side, so our AI tech research, but we're using tools that are being researched in the industry. So there's a high probability the tools that they have access to are the tools that we have access to, unless they have decided to enlist or hire an entire department of engineers just to build AI tools for filmmaking, which maybe they might be doing. I don't know. Well, that's the part where I think I'm not as convinced that it's going to replace all human beings. I think, again, there's benefits to it, right? We know what the benefits to this stuff is, because there's a lot of stuff even within the film industry that I'm like, well, that could probably use, like collating shots and organizing things and doing tasks that require a person but also have a high degree of error or a high degree of probability for error. I would like to eliminate those kind of tasks, just like, for example, collating clips and just filing shots, right? Like, that is prone to human error because somebody has to label these things and put them in their place properly, and we also have to make sure that whatever system they've used to sort it out is communicable to the next person. Whereas if there's a single system that we can just kind of tap into, it's a lot easier. Yeah, like I said, I think my take on the whole AI argument is not that, it's going to replace. Certainly, some jobs are good. Like, computers replaced a lot of people's jobs, right? Just did. Like, we had if you track the advent of the computer, you will see a sudden jump in unemployment when computers came around. just because that's the nature. And then all of a sudden, as the industries opened up behind the computers and computer engineering and all the other stuff that we do with computers now, whether that includes artistic endeavors too, right? So I think it's just too early to say it's this is what's going to happen. Certainly, if left up to corporations to make all the decisions, of course, they would try to eliminate our jobs. But the wonderful thing is we have access to the AI tools too. So there's this kind of counterbalancing effect that happens where, like the way I look at it from my studio perspective is that should I decide to go and learn the AI tools, now I have the same ability to do the things that my entire studio does because I have access to those AI tools. So it could potentially free up, work as I want to be an animator, but I don't want to, for example, texture and composite and do all the VFX stuff, like the dirt, like I want to focus on performance, and that might be a possibility for me to do that and still have something and produce something entirely on my own that competes at a high level. And I get that people are like, well, if it's not really art if the computer is doing it. Well, like again, I can take credit for certain aspects of it. Like you still have to make the decisions. You still have to go through a process of design and filtering out and doing all that stuff, which is not just because AI is doing it. I don't know if you guys used AI, but it feels like it gaslights you sometimes. Like it produces one image, and then as you start to modify that image, the AI starts just to get confused, right? So you need a better way of controlling it, in which when I was using Cozy UI, that process becomes much more refined. So then I can start tweaking details, but that takes a lot more work. There's a huge node setup that goes involved into it. So there's a whole mechanism, engineering of understanding AI that potentially has. I don't think it's going to replace. I think it's going to repurpose. I think just like computers did, it replaced the original computer, which were actual human beings sitting at desks doing math that we called computers, right? So it did not eliminate the job for math. It's just now it freed them up to do potentially more complicated math or solve bigger problems, right? So I get what we're worried, Yes, it repurposes people, right? So if you're originally, let's say you're a programmer and you're a mid-level programmer and you're basically effectively can be replaced by an AI agent now. Depending on the degree of your programming, says this could put you in a position to have a more broad perspective of it, so that now you're a designer. You're like you can do more of it because you can design a larger chunk of whatever program or whatever piece of software that you're writing. Right. So again, I just try not to look at it with just pure doom and gloom, because that's the recipe for disaster, right? It's that, it's all doom and gloom, and my particular attitude is I'm going to fight this, right? There is no fight. It's here. It's going to be utilized. It's going to be used. There is no debate on whether or not people are going to employ this, right? How do you think texture artists are going to be repurposed? Well, there's potentially other things we can do in terms of texture, because texturing, people just think as painting, but you got to remember there's other parts of texturing that are involved too. Like, for example, we can start finding different ways to have live painted hand maps, like painted maps onto models, so that you now are relying on the AI to map the texture. We can actually start painting frame by frame and having it, the AI then interpolate between the frames, right? So you can actually hand paint an entire frame and then have the AI, and it's almost like animating with paint and having AI interpolate between the frames. There are ways that we could potentially use texture mapping to do hair, to inform a hair system, using sort of like a heat map, right? Hey, Hussar, how's it going, dude? The other thing I don't want to see is art made by AI and people acting like they made it. Well, there's that's going to be people, right? Like, there's really not much you can do about people and bad actors and people. There's always going to be somebody who wants to take advantage of the system. It's like, you know, there's a lot of medical benefits of steroids, but there's going to be a handful of people that are going to use them in the worst way possible, right? So there are medical benefits of GLP-1s and semaglutides, but people are going to gravitate towards the most, you know, the most superficial, the most cynical use of it. That's a people problem. That I don't think that's an engineering problem or a technology problem. That is humans incapable of regulating themselves. Of course, it doesn't help when you have a system that makes it much easier to access and kind of abuse, right? So, you know, I don't know. Again, I'm not a doom and gloomer when it comes to AI. Long time training, but I started in New York, and now I'm taking on second one parallel, watching what you're doing. I wonder if that AI is writing more jobs. Hussar, I am just doing some fun sculpts today. Nothing, just casually sculpting today. I figure I've been working on the game stuff and demo reel stuff and samurai and short film stuff, and those all just it's been a while since I made art without any purpose. And I figured sculpting some Pokemon would be fun. So here we are sculpting Pokemon. Oh, it's all good, Samantha. This is the healthy debate, the healthy discussion to have. We all have concerns about this technology coming up. And my personal position is I just don't want to feed people more negative energy in this space, because there's obviously a lot of concern, right? And I think there are also, as much as there are concerns, there are going to be some positives that come out of it, just as much as there were when computers started kind of digging, right? A lot of people, everybody thought it was going to replace everybody's job. We would all be out of jobs when computers came around, but it just ended up kind of redefining what our jobs needed to be. And I think that something similar is going to happen. The problem is we can't imagine what's beyond it right now. We can only see what we think, what's in front of us, right? Just like when a computer first came out, you can only see, oh my God, it can do math a million times faster than any other human being. So every single math job is going to be done by a computer now. And that turned out to not be true, right? We still need physicists. You still need people who are very good at math, who can theorize and do stuff. I think you're always going to need a human, right? I don't think people are, it's a question of people are mad. I just don't think people know. I think the vast majority of people are ignorant on AI. It's just because they have other things to worry about, like feeding their family and paying a mortgage, and there's just so many other things that they're thinking, but they certainly can't think of a problem that is closer than we know, but too far for us for them to actually be present enough to care. You know what I'm saying? Like, only people who are looking into it are looking into it. And I can tell you the vast majority of the guy that vacuums the hallway in my building, he's not thinking about AI, right? The person that's working at McDonald's, they might be thinking about how AI might replace their jobs, but I don't think it's an active thought for them. I think people that are in mid-level positions that are working, myself in as an artist, accountants, lawyers, educated people that are worried about what AI could potentially, I think those people are worried to some degree, but at the same time, again, you know, it's priority of worry. It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? As long as all the other stuff is fulfilled, yeah, I guess they have some time to worry about it, but I think we underestimate how many people on this planet struggle just to get to their jobs and feed their families and have a roof over their head and all those just basic necessities that they have any time to sit there and pontificate on AI. Samantha, that is the literal problem that I'm what if AI artists get laid off because AI, or what if artists get laid off because of AI replaces them, basically, is the thing. And now they're only qualified as an artist, right? So yes, that is, I think, the situation I have found myself to be in. So I have played with some, you know, I've decided to then now make a video game. I've been trying to do some more sculpting and designing. I don't think we're gonna get the AI gets rid of the artist, right? I think the artist might take a different position, whereas I've always wanted to make a movie, you know, I've always wanted to make a short film, and it might be more reasonable for me to be able to make a short film, or larger, something that feels a bit more big, a larger budget, has a higher quality, with an AI model, you know, one that I could potentially train to work with stuff that I feed it, you know, in a style that I work with, and start building out assets for the stuff that I feed it with my art, right? So I don't know. I don't know how the AI is going to work, you know, 5 years from now. So it's really tough for me to say. All I can do is say, well, I like doing this, so I'm gonna keep making art, but I'm not gonna ignore what's going on with the AI stuff, because you know, I still have a lot of life, and I'm gonna have to compete in the market, and so I would be remiss to not learn something about what's going on with this stuff to some degree. Again, I use it to a very limited capacity right now, right? Like, I'm just using Gemini to help me, and it's very pointed questions now, because like I said, it gaslights me sometimes, and it does things and puts me down pathways that I didn't ask it to, and leads me down roads that go nowhere, or is just flat out incorrect. So because I've been using AI frequently, I think it has tempered my fear that it could potentially replace me, just because when I use it, I'm like, oh, it's clever, and it certainly has helped, but it's not at a place where it's going to replace what I can do yet. Like I say some pretty awful things to Gemini when it makes me mad. Um, and it does it frequently. And every single time I use it, I get frustrated. Oops. There has been yet to be a situation, a day where I've used Gemini where I haven't gotten frustrated with it. So as of right now, I'm not too afraid. But Samantha, yes, I will tell you once I figure it out, because I am currently laid off, which I suspect has been an AI push. I don't think it's that it's necessarily they're trying to replace. I think what they're doing is they're investing in R&D right now. So all of their budget for animation has been rerouted for R&D into this thing. You know, and I think there is an investment in trying to replace me right now. So again, I'm not banking on just animation anymore to carry me through, right? I need to find other sources that I could potentially generate for income. Yeah. Yes, I'm not a fan of generative AI yet. Right? Like, it's just because it's not, it requires like I said, if we can use AI where I'm making the art and feeding it into a model and it's doing some extrapolations and doing some stuff with it, that's okay. My issue is when you start scraping the entire internet for every artist, and then the artwork now starts to become this sloppy mess, this weird sloppy amalgamation of several different artists that just don't really work well together. Because what the AI doesn't have is the ability to discern, like, the stimulation, how we interpret design, right? It can follow the rules, it can do all those things, but it can't follow the way that a person designs a character that makes it appealing. Right? There are certainly formulas, and we even as artists get taught these formulas, but just because you follow the formula doesn't automatically mean it's going to hit. Sometimes there's an ineffable quality that the artist introduces into a character, and I think that will always be true, right? And I don't think that's something a computer will ever be able to replicate. It's just there's that intangible human quality to whether it's a flaw or it's an artistic decision or something of that nature. I just think that in order for humans to communicate to other humans, there always has to be another human, right? So, and I think that's just something that will never be replaced by AI. It's just when we want to communicate the human experience. And I think that's what movies, in terms of if we're speaking specifically about filmmaking and movies and creativity. But in terms of like AI doing other things like research, like I think we'll make huge leaps in deciphering ancient languages, and potentially I was reading an article about them now creating a language codex for whale sounds, right? So, and dolphins, and being able to transcode and transcribe dolphins and translate that dolphins speak to English, and it'll reveal the depth of societies that dolphins and whales and stuff like that have, right? And that's super exciting. That is really, really, really exciting. And the potential to even learn about our own history by just putting in the data of what we understand through to geographic records or our geographic records. And I just think there's a lot of great positive. There's also a ton of negative of oh my God, the world might end kind of scenarios in science as well too. But I think most humans want to use it for something positive. I think the vast majority of humans want to use it for something positive. I think the vast majority of governments, on the other hand, want to use it for war. Right? Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with your father about making AI animations. Like, whether, like, again, AI doesn't account for the unaccounted, right? You don't know when somebody comes up with something new, a new style, a new way. It's that human algorithm that I don't think AI will ever be able to replicate the way humans kind of come up with new ideas. I've heard AI music and it's impressive and it's really, really cool, but it can only work with it's already there. At some point, you're going to come up with somebody's going to come up with a whole new style of music and it's going to sound amazing. And maybe it might be aided by AI. I don't know. But I think there's always going to be, when it comes to art, we inherently kind of feel the human touch, the human experience inside the art. I don't know what it is. It might sound wishy-washy, like, oh, he's just kind of like, oh, he's talking about all this metaphysics. I don't know what it is, but it's the same way, if you have a partner, the way they care about you, right? They don't have to specifically say it. You just know. It's the same way we look at the Mona Lisa and we know that this there's something ineffable, there's something intangible about this that makes this special, right? Yeah, maybe the problem is our terminology, right? AI art might be just something completely different from art, right? It's just maybe our language isn't complicated enough to encapsulate what AI is actually doing, and maybe we need some sort of delineation between what is created by AI, and if we call that art, versus what is created by humans and what we call art. Right? Perhaps the delineation will help get us to think a little bit more differently about what AI is doing. Instead of saying it's doing the thing that humans are doing, well, it's not doing the things that humans are doing, because humans are motivated by something. The AI is doing what humans tell it to do. So it is technically something different. It is not the same thing. Let's work on the body. Not a big deal. Again, it's an interesting topic because I'm often thinking about it too, and what my role with it is going to be. But like I said, I've pretty much thought I'm just going to make art, whether or not I have not found a way for that I enjoy making art with AI, so I just don't use it, right? Like right now, I just make art, and that's what I do. And if there is a way that I can explore some creativity using AI, which I have not found yet, I'll explore it, but it's not my thing. Yeah, yeah, I've seen Speechar do his sculpts using the AI reference material. You know, again, yeah, like again, I in a sense I agree with what his approach to it is like. Well, I mean, I could fight this, but you know, I in the end I think it ends up he feels like it's just puts me at a disadvantage. If everybody else is going to use it, you know, then let me see what what I can do with it and how I can interpret it. And I think I agree with that approach. It's like, well, let me see what I can do with this, right? And I think it's a from an artist's perspective, I think it's a healthier perspective to look at. It's like it's obviously not replacing me yet. Let me see what I can do with this tech, and if it's worthwhile. Like I said, I've used it. I just haven't found I've had fun. You know, I did a whole comfy UI nodal setup, and it actually did some you know, manipulation of things, and was able to actually using control nets and you know, models, trained and started training a model that I wanted to use. But I didn't find it fun. Right? Like, I'm not a technical person, and it just felt very technical to me, and I just didn't particularly have fun doing it. I think there are people that will have fun doing it though, so. Yeah, I mean, gradually, it's probably an understatement. It's like, in terms of like what we've seen historically speaking, it's getting better rapidly. To the point where, you know, the slop isn't looking so sloppy anymore, and it's troubling. Like, again, you know, I'm not a doom and gloomer, but there are concerns that I have. I think, come to think of it, I haven't really watched any really. What's a good animated film out right now? I haven't watched a good animated film for a while. I'm gonna take a short break. If you guys know any good animated films, I'm in the mood tonight to watch a movie, sit and relax, kind of a day off. Post it up. Let me know. I'll be back. I am technically Chinese. I was born in Canada. I'm a bit of a hodgepodge. So I'm Chinese by ethnicity. I am Canadian by nationality, but my parents are from India. So yes, and yes, we do have Indian genetics in our makeup. I think my great grandmother or great grandfather, can't remember. Great grandfather. Someone had some children with some Indian kids, or some Indians, and so I'm not quote unquote mixed Indian, but I'm mostly Chinese. Chinese by ancestry, Canadian by nationality, and my parents are both come from India, so it's a bit strange. Yeah, I mean, it's always kind of landed me sort of in between cultures, because I'm visually Chinese, but I don't speak Mandarin or Cantonese. We speak a more ancient dialect of Chinese called Hakka. And then yeah, it was always a bit weird growing up because I kind of always felt in between cultures. Yes, it does make for some awkward moments as a child because you're kind of confused, right? Because it's a strange thing to not know exactly which group of people you fit into. But yeah, I ended up finding a group of people kind of just like me. You know, there were most of my friends in high school were like Canadian born, like Filipinos, Chinese, Indians. The community I grew up was a very, very mixed community. Predominantly Canadian, like white Canadian. It's a plurality, I would say it's the plurality, but it wasn't the majority. Right? It was a very pretty diverse community of people. I'm not into too much K-dramas. I used to watch a lot more stuff from overseas. I love Korean movies. But not so much K-dramas. I'm not only because I'm not a big soap opera kind of type fan, like, and those K-dramas, they remind me of American soap operas. Yes, Samantha. I mean, it goes both ways. I think you need to find people, obviously, that you fit in with. And I don't think necessarily, for me, it was like, it ended up being like video games and sports and other things that I connected with people on. Because obviously it wasn't going to be my ethnicity, because it's a weird makeup of ethnicities, right? So I gravitated to people that were similar, had a similar kind of hodgepodge of a background. But you definitely, I found the thing that I was interested in, and then I found the other people that were interested in that thing, regardless of where they were coming from, right? So that's, I think, was the way I found my people. And it really, really accelerated in college. Is where it kind of like, I really kind of embraced that part of me, is because everybody else around me was doing something similar. We were all doing something similar. We were all pursuing the same thing. So there was less of a fear of being judged by something that like, I hid a lot of the stuff that I did when I was in high school, just because, you're in high school, and I don't want my life to be difficult, certainly. So I don't tell everybody, drawing, all that other stuff that, I used to keep a lot of that stuff to myself, right? Because these were personal endeavors. They didn't require me to, at least I didn't feel like they required me. It helps when you have like-minded people, certainly. But as a high school student, these were the things I was interested in. And then I found the people that shared my interests, if they didn't necessarily share my culture. I watched a ton of anime. I mean, I do watch the same things over and over again. Like, I'm a big Dragon Ball fan, so I do watch Dragon Ball kind of over and over and over again. But I watch other ones too, Solo Leveling. There's so much anime out there. I watch a lot of the old stuff too, Vampire Hunter D, Gundam. So much stuff. So much stuff. In fact, I think I probably watch more. One Piece, I watch in chunks. But yes, I do watch One Piece. There's just so much of it. There's so much of it. Samantha, yes, I think interests, that's what will transcend the culture of stuff. It's like nobody cares about where you come from. When you find people of those interests, they just care about that thing that they're interested in, right? So, yes, definitely finding the people that share your interests will be, I think, of massive benefit to anybody, particularly, especially if you're pursuing art and music, any kind of artistic endeavor. Finding people who are like-minded and you can share your artwork with, and in a way, in a sense, it's like almost like competing. It's not competing because it's not the right word, but there is that internal competition that pushes you forward, right? When you see somebody else doing something cool, and that kind of motivates you to want to do something cool too. And if you have a group of people that's constantly doing that, it's almost a guarantee you're going to become a pretty decent artist. Yeah, Blue Eye Samurai has been fantastic. I've been a big fan of that show. Everything about it, stylistically, the animation, the story has been fantastic. Yeah, it's been a while since I've actually watched it. I'm gonna have to watch it again before the next season. I wish Netflix didn't cancel the Tomb Raider. I didn't even know they'd made a Tomb Raider show. I take it you enjoyed it. I gotta check it out. I have missed so much stuff the last couple of years. Yeah, it's coming along. It's weird doing more of these simplified shapes because they're hard to control and keep simple. Because the way the cartoons are drawn is they're like pipes, right? Like big tubes. And they're a bit tricky to kind of keep. You see how they kind of wobble around a little bit? And that's, I don't have any particular technique to control that yet. Oh, I'll definitely be taking some artistic liberties on this. Sure thing, Samantha. Thanks for stopping by today. Have a great night. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Do a short break while this thing processes. I think it's going to crash. I'll be back. Nice, didn't crash. What is going on here? Thanks, Make. I enjoy the work, so it's not too difficult for me to kind of stay focused on it. Whoops. Do I have any Blender artists that I really like? Not specifically. I'm trying to think of ones right now. I don't think I really have any specific artists that I follow that use Blender. Most of the artists that I follow use a mixture of kind of everything. Yeah, I can't think of any particular artist right off the bat that I follow that. I mean, I really like Speech Art's his stuff. No, I'm just mostly a fan of the sculpting. Right, so I mean, some artists I follow are like Ryan Kingsleyan. Then there's a bunch of artists. I really just look at like Pinterest and stuff like that, or not Pinterest, ArtStation for kind of references and just sculpts. I don't really have any picture like. I'll even follow people that are traditional sculptors, right? So. Cool. Okay. it's 8 o'clock. I am going to call that a stream. Not a bad result for 4 hours. Maybe I'll retop and paint them tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Or maybe I'll just jump into another sculpt another character. I don't know. I haven't decided. But I will be back again tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in today, guys. I appreciate the support. Have a great night, Make. I will be on it then tomorrow. Hopefully you can make it. Feel free to pop by if you're available. Thanks for tuning in, guys.